Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Just grinding more levels here. Farming. Farming the grind. You already know. You already know. You already know. Wow. Did I just do that? Isn't that that guy? Isn't that that knight? That was him, wasn't it? No. I came back later and I could do it like that? Holy cow. I think that was him. I think that's cool. He's not worth very much. So he respawned. Oh, it heals. Yeah, that's definitely him. So I was right. I was right about this. I was right about Millennia. You know, everybody calls her Mikola, but it's Blade of Mikola. I mean, it's literally the Blade of Mikola. Millennia, again, I think everybody considers, and I was right about that she's the hardest boss in the game. Not even the final boss, but her. I don't know. I think personally, I don't know. I think the final boss is. I think he's more difficult. I do. I just feel like, I don't know, I feel like I feel like maybe people don't have Erdtree content or enough people to gauge that or something. I don't know. But I personally think, again, I have almost gotten her so many times. And him, I almost got him once. He looks so good. With her, it's just a trick. Like, it's just, you have to roll out of that explosion. It's really that's the tough. That makes the whole fight tough. You have to time it. There's really nothing you can do about that. It just makes the whole thing. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. There's something you can do about that on a different class, I think. Well, I might actually, now I can't, because now I can do it. Oh, I don't have it here. Now this stuff, again, I can't, I'm not a faith builder, but I can actually do this stuff. It's not See, that's gay, too, because that fucking bird was one goddamn hit. That fucking bird was one goddamn hit. Damn it. I don't know why I'm doing this like this. This is fucking stupid. Like, I literally, like, what am I doing? That was dumb as shit. Like, why am I even doing that? See, this is fucking stupid. You can't come into the game and just play something. You have to pay attention to every little thing you do. Like, it was that simple. It was that simple, I just wasn't paying attention to what I was doing, and didn't do the right thing. But literally just because I decided to do a melee or something like that, you know, that happened. Just like with this stupid button. Like, all I had to do was target the thing properly. I just didn't do it. Now, I want to talk about that. I think that's a clever way. I want to talk about that a little bit. You know how we've been getting this AI botting bullshit and everybody's getting it and they're cycling the internet and they're causing problems? I mean, it's very clear they're not. This stream isn't trending and it's on purpose. You guys know when you open your you open your YouTube Studio in your browser, and you know how like whatever I'm doing, again, I have dark mode on everything. Everything's dark mode. Yet again, YouTube tries to create these situations where there's a gigantically bright white screen. And I've noticed that they will get me to restart games sometimes. They will break things. They will crash things. I think that this is a sneaky way for them to create a white screen, because again, this is on any browser. When you open your YouTube Live Studio, you go into your studio, and again, there's seemingly no reason, the entire browser screen is fucking white. And right as I say this, again, right as I say this thing that's very interesting and very telling, you know, again, this third concurrent that's sitting in here, you know, from you know, this disgusting platform that gets away with, you know, the stuff they get away with, you know, it is literally sitting in here and leaves the stream the very second that we start mentioning this. So, again, I think that, you know, the amount of times that we've seen this where a massively white screen just shows up, and we know the AI that's going on. We know AI is, you know, they're staring through your camera beforehand. You know, and so the whole point is that they definitely want that white screen to light up. They are identifying your fucking face. And they're looking through the camera every time. All the data brokers are doing it. It's literally what they're doing. So you leave your camera on, you have your phone on for any period of time. Again, your phone is just on, right? So that camera's not ever covered. That camera's never covered, okay? So they're doing this with your browser where they get a white screen. I mean, come on, there's no reason for that. What is the reason? You have dark mode, there's no reason. It is on purpose. It loads the screen, yet boom, white screen. How many times have we crashed a game and for seemingly no reason, and it's conveniently a game that shows a white splash screen on startup? How many times? And I've talked about it too. Now that's the important thing. I've talked about that. Oh, white screen. Oh, you know. That's the important thing. So you're supposed to recognize, you know, these days that I do this, they're causing some sort of problem, okay? When I do this, okay? So now it's all lit up. But that's the point. What does it matter? I can do whatever I want with my lighting. I don't need to sit here and have my face. You know, like, you don't need to confirm that. So this is some weird stuff. And the whole point is they're disabling VPNs, they're breaking them. Man, this is ICE. This is police. This is federal agents doing things they're not supposed to be doing. And all they're doing is using facial rec. Again, it's ICE. They're not supposed to be doing this shit. It's absurd. Only aside from the fact that I'm the whitest guy you'll ever meet. Hold on, I need coffee. As I say, I need coffee. I think they're training the AI to recognize demographics. So people in the South, the Texas area, New Mexico, you know, color, skin, shit doesn't matter. They're aiming at demographics. So if it recognizes commonalities like a plaid shirt or a cowboy hat, I think that's what we're talking about here. It's demographics. Just like when I come on the screen and I have sunglasses. Oh boy. Oh boy. The system thinks I'm a hacker. I get all kinds of attacks. I swear to God. No, I really, truthfully, I really think that they are doing this. So, like, you know, like you could just sit in front of the camera before you start your stream and just wear a disguise, and the AI's like, holy shit, man. This guy's not an actor. Wearing a cowboy hat and a plaid shirt or anything. He's, you know, what, I just, like, you have to start rationalizing what the AI is doing, and then, you know, said, you know, we see the result. Obviously, when we get any little bit of support and stuff like that, this person is in here to view bot, view like, mash the emoji, and screw up all the trending so that YouTube mistakenly removes too many views, too many this, too many that. So again, if I'm on to something and it's a good thing and it's a thing where we could move past this, this person is very clearly showing up to make sure that you don't, make sure that it's not coming from me, maybe give that to somebody else and then have them talk about it. You have to understand what's actually happening here, okay? So that's pretty telling. That was a pretty telling thing to happen right away. You know, with the whole white screen thing. And a lot of this stuff, you know, seemingly happening after, you know, somebody asking, you know, remember we talked about what browser we were using and stuff like that, and announced it for the first time. But, you know, I've done this before, so, like, the whole point is that this, you know, clearly this is a safer browser. It is pretty much the best one at the moment, and so they're trying to attack that. And that's what you have to recognize is that that's not legal. They can't just go and attack an entire company's browser just because that browser has these things built into it that protect your identity, your personal information. So basically, if the browser doesn't get on board with attacking you, they're going to attack them. And that's what you've seen at YouTube, that's what you've seen on Twitch, that's what you've seen across any live streaming platform, really. That's the truth. And I'll be willing to bet that there's somebody smashing the emoji button. I don't even have to look at it. I'll be willing to bet there's somebody smashing the emoji button right now. I don't even have to look at it. Is there somebody smashing the emoji button right now? Alright, so how do I get to this thing? How the heck? That's gonna be like a smithing stone or something, like, right? Like that's not even gonna matter. I'm like just trying to get this thing, you know. I didn't lose that many runes, you guys. I know. I've been farming a lot. I lost a couple 100,000. It wasn't that much. I didn't lose like 10 million or anything. I only lost a few 100,000. It was only a few 100,000. Or I would have said something. I would have been like, oh, I just lost. You know, I would have said something. So you just see the little bitrate shift? That's not interesting. Did you see that? A little bitrate shift? That is their way of starting to remove things. That means they're going in and they're starting to remove and lie about the views, the trending that we are getting. That's what that means. Again, that shouldn't happen. You know. Again, the point is they've been doing things to my internet and my browser and my setup and stuff like that, and attacking me, because that's the whole point. Originally, it was from their end. So they've just been attacking me and slowly trying to make it look like, you know, things happening with me, where I've been sitting here slowly proving it's not. And I've been doing that for a while. I've been doing this for a long time. Not even just now. Like, we know that I've been proving this for a while. They've been trying to work on this. It's nothing new. So, you know, you don't need any more proof. It's just the sort of thing where we are continuing to prove it over and over and over and over. Hey, thanks, 3K Mamba. Same to you. Did you see the stream for Christmas? I did. Nothing like Christmas really themed too much. But gave you guys a bit of Elden Ring and some other stuff, as you know. Tried to keep it chill. We had some, we played a little bit of, played some pool, played some, we played sort of like a, it's almost pool, but it's sort of like a roguelike pool sort of style game. It's kind of like that. That's what I'd call it. I'd sort of like call it like roguelike pool almost. It's not really pool, like that rack and slay game. That was pretty cool. Anyway, I have enough faith now, I can cast quite a few of these. They don't do too much because I'm not running a faith build. Now for the people wondering about these, you know, like if you don't know how to use them, I mean, like really it's just as simple as that. You know, making sure that you have the seal underneath. And so, but like I said, it's not doing too much for me because I'm not exactly a faith build, so I just have enough to use it now. I can use the thorns now too, so I might have to experiment with that on bosses and stuff. If it even gives me a little bit, it might be worth it. Yeah, this ain't gonna do shit. What's up, I'm sure it's great for faith builds. Like, I'm sure it seems fine, but it's crappy for me. It's probably an earlier use spell. Doesn't require too much. Is it an elevator? No, it's not. Of course not. Okay. Can I drop here? I don't think I can. I don't think I can drop there. I don't think it's gonna let me. I can just go back to where it was. I was trying to come the other way. It's okay. The earliest I could start rolling. Like literally just mashing the button, couldn't roll whatsoever. Oh. These things are fucking stupid. This is why I don't do Castle Souls, because of dumb fucking things like that. Like these small things that are just gonna take all... So again, like just completely going backwards on my runes. So, that's what I'm using, I think. Oh, the Golden Order seal. I'm sorry. The Golden Order seal. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking For a second there, I thought you were talking about something else. So I was playing around with this. It kind of sucks. I used this. It's actually really good. This one's really good. So I might have to, because it has intelligence scaling. And this actually, like, I want to try with that. I haven't tried this yet. I want to try that. So let's try that. Those are, by the way, those are really, I don't have too many other seals. So that's why I went with that. So like if I go in here, I have this one. Oh, okay, that one actually is a little better. My fault. I should probably use that one. But there's my golden order. Oh no, you're right. I'll use that. You're right. I should be using that. I didn't even realize. All right, I'll try that one. Oh, I can't use this one with these spells. I have to use the one that I was using. Oh yeah, communion incantations. Yeah, that's why. I think, right? I'm not even sure. I have no idea. I just know that that's why I used this, because some of this stuff wasn't working. You see, it's still not. Oh right, because I'm retarded. That's for the dragon communion. I'm retarded. So these are only for dragon communion. They're not necessarily for just incantations in general. Because what I'm running, that's really a sorcery, I guess, isn't it? Let me look at this. Now I'm confusing myself. Because I don't run faith builds. Pretty interesting question to ask. Why do you seem to come in my chat and ask me a lot of personal stuff? You've done that before. You seem to want to focus on personal things. Alright. Let's see. So that's a sorcery and so is that. Yeah, obviously. So, like, duh. I don't know why I was trying to use a fucking seal for that. I'm stupid. Alright, let's try this. Oh my god, that's awesome. Oh shit, I like that. Didn't do it. He's not hitting them there. So maybe sometimes it's not the best. But this one works pretty well. And that's because of the intelligence scaling. Hey, look at that. That's pretty good. I was even using that. I used it on I'll show you. I can use it on this guy. Yeah, New Year's resolutions are incredibly foolish in my opinion. Just an opinion. I just think that most people set their goals too high. It should be like, again, you should have normal goals in life. You shouldn't have like some sort of, you know what I mean? Like and again, most people won't set their eyes on this goal at the beginning of the year. They'll suddenly have some sort of resolution in December. Like, oh, I'm gonna do this all of a sudden. No, you have to plan for that. That's not how a resolution works. So I just feel like, you know, anybody that's doing that, they're not assessing things properly. So, do I have goals that I work on throughout the year? Yes. Is there some particular one that I hope to be over by the end of the year, exactly at 12 midnight on you know, December 31st? No. That's not how I look at it. And I think that most people look at things like Hallmark. No offense to Hallmark. Make great cards. The main one is losing weight in January? Nice. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, that's kind of my point. Like, nobody does this in a responsible, reasonable manner. It's an impulse thing. They do it because they're partying. You know what I mean? Like, they know they're gonna party or something like that. So just admit to yourself you're doing it because you're doing it. Oh, there's the bit rate. So they're gonna control. So if you guys remember, they're doing that by cycling my internet now. That's how they've been doing that. So I've been running those tests, and that's how they are doing that now. So originally they were making it seem like it was coming from YouTube side of things. No, now they are attacking my ISP because now they know who it is. And that's why they were always trying to figure out who it was. So now they are attacking the ISP. My ISP is aware now too. Oh, they're aware. And they're aware that they're being attacked, trust me. Everything I said, everything they're aware of now. Oh yeah, trust me. There's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt in my mind that they are aware of what is happening. And that bitrate shift had nothing to do with me dying on that boss. It was literally just the fact that I didn't time it right. Because I was talking. Here. It's definitely easier for me to. So like obviously this is a spot. You guys know this is a spot, right? This is late game spot. Like this is a spot, and then there's another one. This is late Erdtree spot. So. Again, with this guy, at this point for me, he's pretty easy, but that's kind of the point. You don't want to do this until he is. So it is pretty late game spot. And I can understand you not thinking it is. But yeah, you can always get him and undo this. Or you can just get him over and over. He's worth quite a bit. If you can get him quickly. Yeah, again, like, don't overly, don't be, see, you're still getting personal in chat, like. Like, stop talking about your feelings about things toward me. You worry about me. Like, again, very, very strange. Like, just watch the stream. Talk about the stream. Very strange. Like, these aren't normal things for somebody to come and say. Not normal at all. You know, again, like, most people are watching this looking for the scammer, looking for the stalker. There's a lot of people paying attention to this. And if you appear to be suspicious, like you're worried about my feelings, you seem like somebody that's paying attention to my situation and my feelings on things. And again, heavily focused on it, and you've made a habit of doing this multiple times now. So stop doing it. I've warned you already. It's really strange. You don't need to worry about somebody that you don't know. Okay. We've got plenty of, there's so many other things going on. The more people, if they focused on what's going on with them, maybe the world would be a better place if we focused on what's going on with everybody else. I think that's the best takeaway that you could have right now from anything is focus on yourself. Don't worry so much about other people. You know, again, that's always been my focus, even with the president. I've even stated that with the president. Like, if what he's doing is more like the stuff that people are complaining about sounds personal and stuff like that, they're going to investigate that and they're going to deal with that. It has nothing to do with me. That's why I'm not concerned about it. But if it's going to affect me, like most of the shit that he does can and does because he uses more power than he should, yes, that's gonna give you anxiety as a citizen. Again, the president shouldn't be regularly doing things that impact the society, you know, the regular well-being of citizens. It just should not be a regular thing. So that's what I'll say is that I think that's more happening to the world. People don't appreciate how much the United States does impact the rest of the world, and our president seemingly just completely doing the polar opposite of everything we were just doing and working towards. You know, people loving themselves, people preventative health care, taking care of themselves, welcoming people from other countries, you know, being built on those concepts and stuff like that, respecting free speech and rights. It's totally opposite of that now. Everything that this man stands for is complete opposite of that. So, I mean, it's that basic. Fascism's really happening, and people that are doing it are in denial and pretending like they're not doing it all while doing it. I mean, flat out, one of my closest friends that knows all about this cybersecurity stuff, could stop this stalker that's, you know, doing all of this, is a MAGA, and flat out has acted totally opposite and different, and started ever since second time in office with Trump. This person doesn't talk to anybody. They don't, you know, and you know, they're acting different towards people. They're flat out, lying about things to not have to do certain things and not have to be held accountable for certain, like literally just making so much shit up. And so many people are doing this. Like it's almost like everybody thought voting for Trump was going to make them a celebrity or something like that. I truly believe that. I truly believe that like, you know what I mean? That's what people thought. The bitrate meter is broken. It's not broken. I took it off here. I took it off. It's that simple. There it is. See how when they know what it is, instantly it starts? Like, that's the point. They don't want you guys to see that. They're causing a problem for me because the point is, they don't want people to see. All these streamers are complaining about the fact that I have a high bitrate. That's all this is. And because they're complaining about that, YouTube is... Like, the stream's gonna look like shit now. They're screwing with me, and they've been fucking up my streams and my channel for years. All because all these streamers, like Cookie Dough Plays, and people like him, endlessly bitch at YouTube because they have trash internet and can't handle it. So YouTube's been harassing me, trying to fuck up my internet, trying to do all these things to screw up my bitrate. just because all these other streamers are jealous that I have a bitrate that I can have, because my internet can handle it. I mean, they've sat here and tried to prove this to these assholes. They're sitting here pushing fucking 30,000 kbps and nothing happens to the stream. It just maintains. And these idiots are so stupid they don't recognize that my fucking internet can handle it. It's almost as if a bunch of pen testers from a certain channel were wrong about something. I proved them wrong. They all looked like a bunch of retards, and they've been harassing me. It's almost like that. It's almost like that. Fucking load setting. Go to hell. Go to hell with your fucking load setting. No, that is, you were scamming me. You were trying to convince me it was that so that you could endlessly fuck with my bitrate. You fucking weirdo that scams people and sets them up for the sake of saying, look, he's a scammer. And then you set him up, asshole. Must be nice to have all your pretty things and sit behind your pretty desk and set everybody up all day, you asshole. Because that's all you do, is you set people up, you scam people. So I'm just letting y'all know that's what's really been going on. They were wrong, they looked bad, and they've been fucking with my shit ever since looking bad. It's that simple. They look like a bunch of retards. I called them out, I put them in their place. It's that simple. It was as simple as me stating what they didn't know and being right about something. Like, literally, people can't handle being wrong. I mean, you have an entire cult forming and fascism starting in America because people don't want to be wrong about Trump. And you think that this very entitled, very rich hacker wants to admit that he's wrong about a load setting? No. He said that shit so many times, and it was like the dumbest thing I ever heard. It's a load setting. Load setting. Yep. We'll just set the load at this. That way, if it goes beyond that, his channel can't handle it. Again, why would that exist? It's a load setting? Okay, so then it shouldn't exist. Idiot, that's a scam. Idiot, you're trying to trick me, idiot. That there's such a thing shouldn't exist. You get what traffic you get. Are you kidding? So you're gonna actually sit here and tell me YouTube fucks with the integrity of your stream, messes things up for you, and thus would screw up your trending if you would go viral on stream. You just can't do it anymore. They're gonna fuck it up. Yep, you go viral, you're gonna crash. They're gonna remove those subscribers, your analytics, because this is happening. I've single-handedly gone viral so many times, and they're just lying about it. It's like when I beat Elden Ring at like the hardest setting, because everybody's like, that boss isn't that fucking hard. Why is that hard? And then everybody's like, holy shit, it really is hard. Like, why is it that hard? And everybody's watching, they're like, that boss is not that hard. It's really not. Some of the other bosses are harder than that. And flat out, like Riker and you know, again, Millennia. And so that's the point, is like, everybody recognized that. And then, nope, I beat it anyway. Unbelievable. Just like all the other times where I did something beyond the normal difficult, like well beyond that, and proved it, and they're just sitting here taking all that away. So the whole point is, if I come on here and have anything, you know, like I came on here not trying to brag about being good or anything like that, because I just didn't think I was very good when I first started streaming. I'll be honest with you, I just... when I was not that gamer growing up. I played stuff more casually. I did not sit there and endlessly just... It's not what I did. I was the one where I would sit there and I would try to play games when I'd get home from work, but I'd get about 45 minutes to an hour and a half in and fall asleep with the controller in my hand. I'm that guy. I literally just, I never had time. And I tried to make time. That's why I have a lot of games where I started it and I never finished it. It's like I can start it up and there's a save file and I never finished it, and I'm like, what the heck is this? Okay, now I gotta figure out where I am. That's why. Because I, like, these new games would come out and I'm like, oh man, that's so cool, you know, or something like that. And I'm like, okay, maybe I will play this weekend or something like that. And I get it, and I play it a little bit on that weekend, and back to that job, or, you know, like, just back to that, or whatever, you know, and so. Sorry, Andy. I agree that the main concern should be if the president runs the country well, but shady personal dealings kind of harms one's trust for that person to do their job well. Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that he's trying to do all this stuff as much as he can, while he can, because he's trying to push lawlessness. He's trying to convince the public that's what they want. He shouldn't... Okay, part of the problem with this is he's not really a parent. He's had other people do it for him. That's the issue. Like, I truly believe he cares about his kids. Otherwise, Baron wouldn't have a bulletproof vest on. Okay? But you have to understand that he's also incorrect. If he paints the future just as I'm warning you all as you know, saving democracy and rights and stuff like that benefit the next generation, it's the same for his kids too. So he has to understand that if he does this, it takes away all of the rights and it forces everybody to do it one way. So all it takes is, again, a Putin or somebody to undo, you know, maybe if he would set it up for Barron to be president or something like that. I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm saying it's obvious that, like, he clearly cares about that. He cares about legacy, he cares about the Trump name. The whole point is that if he undoes democracy, undoes rights, undoes history, that will go away just as quickly as any other dictator goes away. You know, history, it doesn't matter. Wherever democracy exists. So the concept is they're trying to take over the world, help Soviet Union take over Asia. They're trying to take over Canada, Mexico. It's obvious. Like, and Europe is taking a stand. Europe has literally said, no, Trump is the enemy. He is now threatening war. You know, and I agree. Venezuela, like, what? You could go on vacation in Venezuela. Are you kidding? And you're just going to attack Venezuela. So, like, the point is, most people have never heard of that country. They hear it, and they're like, where the hell is that? You know, or something like that. Most people in this country, that's probably how they'd respond. I'm just being honest with you. In other countries, they're going to be like, Venezuela? Are you kidding? They're going to get it. This is a culture boom. Venezuela is a culture boom. They have trouble doing anything else because they're so small. They do culture very well. So he's canceling culture seemingly everywhere in all these countries while claiming it's a war on drugs. Come on, man. You have freedoms, you have culture, you have free speech. You have to accept the fact that there's going to be a certain amount of people that are consumed by, you know, that and deal with that. Give them resources. It's not about treating those people like criminals. It's about understanding that they had a problem. You know, you don't show up, you know, like a drug addict that's like, you know, like barely like sitting there, you know, he's just barely making it, you know. You don't like arrest him, right? No, you help him, right? So why would it be any different as a generalization? The whole point is they're politicizing this. They're you know, like, again, most people would frame this as a democratic or liberal political mindset, but the whole point is, no, these are the reports. The reports are they just fired and blew up some boats that had some fishermen and shit on them. That maybe had some drug addicts, maybe had some drug dealers. They have no idea. They just fired and blew them up. Is that how you deal with the drug problem? Is that how you... No, that's how you declare war on a country. And again, they're just boats in the ocean. Fishing. So let's say you go out on a fishing trip. Yeah, let's say you go out on a fishing trip. And like what you have to realize is this, Trump would agree with this, okay? So let's say you go out on a fishing trip and you know you take some buddies and stuff like that, and they bring some guys along that you don't necessarily know, but it's fine because you know you don't care. The more the merrier, you know. So as long as they you know don't bring any, you know, like obviously if you have a boat or something like that, obviously a good rule is don't bring any weapons on board. Like that'd be obviously a really good rule. No weapons, you know, and stuff like that. So you know, obviously. So anyway, you know, they bring their buddies along and you're fishing and it's like, oh, you know, everything's fine, we're fishing and blah 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 blah. And you know, maybe a couple of these guys look like they could be drug dealers or something. You know, like, all right, whatever. As long, you know, they're not dealing drugs on your boat. You're fishing, right? So you know, like that's fine. Like whatever. You know, like maybe a fishing trip will actually get their mind off of it, change their mind about things. You know, maybe they can clear their head a little bit and get away from it long enough to possibly get over their drug problem. And maybe they'll come back with a clear head and they'll never sell drugs again. Nope. They go on this fishing trip and the United States blows them up. So again, imagine you went out on a fishing trip and, you know, Russia just blew you up, just fired at you and stuff like that. And now Trump, you know, your family's going after them and stuff like, and Trump's just like, well, this is what we do. You shouldn't have been on a fishing trip then. Okay? That's the point behind checks and balances. The moment that it happens to you, you realize the purpose of it. Not enough people can put themselves in a situation and think long enough about somebody else's outcome. Politics is all about money and nepotism. Trump grooming his son to be a future president seems expected. Oh my god, yeah. I think Trump used Venezuela as an example to threaten Mexico, which would put up a bigger, albeit pointless, fight and have a bigger voice. Yeah. Yeah. Speakers in the way. Yep. Well, sometimes my speaker is in the way of the monitor. So like... I agree with you, Andy. I made a stream recently, as you guys know, and they were trying to do everything they could to detrend that. The United States is threatening Canada, and I think Canada, I think that they're trying to prevent Canadians from finding out too. Trump has threatened to take Canada, to literally just by force take Canada. That's an act of war. And I want to let you know that, again, plenty of U.S. citizens and even the military would not agree with that and won't do it. That is Trump acting alone. I hope they understand. I think they do. But again, a lot of military would not agree with that. And again, there might very well be active things that start to happen to Trump. You know, if he actually sits here and tries to use our military to invade other countries. I think that would very quickly have the foreign governments like in Europe and stuff like that. Again, I think MI6 is gonna do what they do. I'm not gonna say anything else other than that. I think MI6 is gonna do what they do. I trust MI6 far before I trust the CIA. MI6 doesn't generally manipulate their agents for the most part, as far as I know. You know what I mean? Like, just like on a mass level. Like, it just seems like there's a bit more choice in that regard. Like, I understand that the top level agent training, field training. They need to go what they need to go to, but I'll bet theirs looks more like, like sort of like the thing in the beginning of the Hitman games where he's going in. It's obvious like it's his choice. He walked in there and chose that. Now, obviously, there may have been some things behind the scenes before that obviously led him to that choice. Political things and stuff like that. But that wasn't necessarily that agency. It was different people within there manipulating things. So again, still his choice. Let's just realize that's not necessarily on that agency. So it's just a mistake. Things happen. Do you think Trump was serious about that? It's so out there that I thought he was simply taking jabs at Canada. Can I ask you something? How often has Trump said something for the intent to test the waters and see how the general public responds? Has this been basically everything he's done? He says it long enough to get the cult to follow. I think this might be one of those things where he hopes throughout the course of several years he can get into a war with the countries that are borders. And so it doesn't matter who the next president is that comes in, he stays president by causing that national emergency where he causes Canada and all these countries to possibly be at war with us, where he is now intentionally doing that to stay president so that he can invoke the Insurrection Act. Guarantee it. Because he knows that there's plenty of Canadian Americans. He knows that there's an entire road, Niagara Falls for Christ's sake, and then another road where there's a road where half the roads in Canada and half the roads in the U.S. And literally people all the time have actual trouble with this. The whole point is that the only way that they can get along and with each other is that they get along, That would cause some serious problems if he starts doing what he's doing. So there's no way. This is not Trump. There's no way. People at the border do know. They do know. They should. Otherwise, they're listening to politics. The people at the border, if anything, they know more than anyone else does. Because they know actually what's going on. So unless their politics are getting to them, and again, we know the politics in this country is, when you can start only trusting BBC and stuff like that, you know that you have a problem. Remember, they've been through this. Europe's been through this. We learned in history that you don't do, Nazi Germany, World War II, it was a disaster. Communism doesn't exist because the whole point is there is no such thing as a government where they can take everything but also take care of you. It doesn't exist. It never has. It's a lie. The whole point is that if you give that very rich person in charge all of that, they will take it. And they will give you peanuts. They will not be honest. They won't. That's the point. And the point is that a country can't sustain that. Kim Jong-un understands that. Putin understands that's what they've been doing. They've been robbing their country of their natural resources so they can single-handedly become rich. Putin himself is worth probably trillions. But you wouldn't know it because it's all invested in his property and his actual house and stuff like that. Same with Kim Jong-un, who's probably worth tens of billions, not trillions, but tens of billions. Where now he has like huge collections of this and that and stuff like that, and a good 90% of the people in his country are in poverty. Where the top 10% just live in that one city where they lie to him about everything. Literally everything. So that's not a country, it's not sustainable, and again, that's not even communism. That's totalitarianism, that's, you know, and what Putin is doing is, you know, just, again, the whole point is it's not real communism, it's a version of that embraces some other things like we do, where, again, the whole point is we are a presidential, constitutional, democratic republic. And that's the whole point, is we are all these different things, so that's why we function. If we weren't all these different things, we wouldn't function. We would embrace too much capitalism, which is what's happening. And then fascism starts, where rich people start taking over and rigging elections. I mean, it's literally the history. The whole point is we teach this stuff so you know what happens. It's happening in real time. I can predict this so accurately because we have history. Because we know people act this way. It's behavioral. That's why these woke things started happening, where people just start recognizing behaviors in people and taking action, because it's history. It's just, we just know human behavior at this point. So no, you're not, you obviously still don't, you still don't hold people accountable for the actions of those who came before, but my point is that you don't let them happen. You don't let those people do those things. We should have impeached Trump. We shouldn't have allowed him to get to this point. We did impeach him, and they didn't remove him from office. He's been impeached. They didn't remove him from office. He was found guilty on like 33 accounts or something like that. It was absurd. 33! Definitely agree with you on that. It's him testing the waters. It's a non-committal way. Yeah. And again, like, while he could be joking, I mean, the same could be said for all the shit that he's done to Mexico, where he's just saying these things that he can't do. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. You know, remember the wall? Like, he probably thought, like, that's how elementary he was at first. He really, now, like, I'm sure everybody gets it now. Like, it's too expensive. You could never maintain it. He can barely start getting that thing built. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, he can't even pass an infrastructure bill. And he expects to get a wall built? This guy can't even pass an infrastructure bill. Come on, he's not even repairing bridges and roads we already have, and he's going to sit here and claim that we're going to build a wall. Oh, yeah, Mexico's going to pay for it. Yeah, okay. And then there's a call on the phone with the Mexican president, who literally says over the phone, recorded conversation that got leaked, says literally over the phone, no, we're not paying for that. And then, like, the entire conversation is leaked. You can find it. President Trump and him are going back and forth. Trump literally says, okay, like, I understand that, but you just can't say that. Like, don't say that in the press. We're just not going to say that. He's actually, like, trying to get him to do that. That's what you need to understand about Trump. He knows these things aren't going to happen. That's the thing you need to realize that other leaders are doing. They use him because he is so fake, he can be used. You know, he's probably more truthful. He's probably more truthful with Putin about certain things than he is with Democratic members of Congress. And that's disgusting. These are Americans. They're just lawmakers trying to do their jobs. Are you kidding? Oh, that's messed up. No. They represent you. They're your politicians. They're there to do that job that you've elected them to do. And he has a duty to work with them. No, the Republicans just look very bad. They haven't done anything. I already told you this is coming. The whole point is the Republicans have been doing a terrible job since forever, lying, making shit up, just to blame it on the Democrats, and again, be really terrible at governing and spend all kinds of money, making their wallets fat and ripping off Americans. And now that the proof is out there, now that people are again waking up to history as it unfolds, Americans are realizing this in real time. But you have to understand that most of these idiots that drive these giant trucks and stuff like that, you know, we're talking about guys where if you prove them wrong, you know, at the bar or at their buddy's house or something like that, they're trying to hit you. You know, like it's stupid shit like that where they can't even get along. They've never have. They're just a bunch of retards and very, very triggered by anything. So you have to understand that these people are very easily manipulated. That's his entire base. And so, like, when they are very easily manipulated and they're some of the most emotional, desperate people, the whole point is that they put on this huge front, you know, they get, you know, they get real big, you know, and stuff like that. Maybe they lift weights and they get these giant trucks and stuff. It's an overcompensation. The whole point is that they care, and at the same time they have no idea how anything works. Because they didn't pay attention in school. They spent their entire life growing up being a complete jackass, barely getting by, and now they don't know how anything works. And everybody's trying to tell them this and that and the other thing, and they don't want to listen to it because, again, it's their feelings are hurt because somebody proved them wrong. I've seen it too many times. I've literally seen it with many people that I have met, that I've known throughout the years, that these people were like this, where they kind of acted like this, and sure enough, eventually, yep, they were Trump voters. They were those people supporting him, and it was very clear that all they were going to do was not believe anything anybody said or the government said, and just implicitly believe Trump and everything he says. One guy. A guy that again, didn't even want to be president. Didn't even want to be president. He married a Russian lady. He has all these Russians working around him. He loves the fact that, you know, Russia is at war with Ukraine. Remember, originally his stance was you know, that he didn't care and stuff like that, and he was going to end the war in a day. Remember, if you're saying that, what you're saying is you're not going to help him, and that's exactly what he did. Pulled out of NATO, and again, you know, not ending the war. Obviously that didn't happen. He just did nothing. All while starting another war with Venezuela. Good job. Good job, President. Oh, what did you do? What did you do on Christmas? President Donald Trump, what did you do? Could have done something useful. What did you do? That's right. You spent your Christmas wailing and whining and crying about people on social media like myself or Midas Touch. Literally just handing it to you in the media, just telling you how it is, literally just reporting the terrible things that you're doing, and you're whining and wailing about the things they're saying that are true. And again, Your response to this is to simply do this ridiculously staged take phone calls thing that you suck at, that Melania next to you is acing, is literally acing. Is acing. She's nailing this thing. She's just locked in, and this dude just can't help but like make little like smirky faces at the camera and enjoy this too much because the camera's on. Like, he can't be a normal fucking person. Like, this, you can tell every time this guy is on camera, he cannot, he loves it, it's all about that, and that's what it always was. You know, it was always that. It's all narcissism. And that's a dictator. That's the point. That's why you don't let that guy... He's not out for you. He's out for him. The same thing with his Republicans. They're the ones giving the tax breaks to the lobbyists and stuff like that. They're not giving it to you. Your taxes went up because the same tax plan from Biden went into the... same tax plan from Trump went into the Biden administration. That wasn't Biden's tax plan. He didn't have one. Trump still had one from the previous... Again, the Republicans took control and have kept control. Like, this is the point. The Republicans are in control of your government. And everything is shit. Yep. The Republicans are in control of your government and everything is shit. Why is that? I thought that they're gonna fix everything. Remember when Obama was in charge? And, you know, again, there's always challenges, but did you have to worry about anything, really? No. There weren't active military on the streets. You know, just balanced the budget. Funded first responders, authorities, and stuff like that. You know, had an infrastructure bill. So that way police and first responders and everybody could take care of things with the tax dollars they're supposed to have those resources. Trump never did that. So you know why police are struggling and stuff like that? Because they didn't get the normal help that they get. And now it's more they're relying on your state and stuff like that. And some states can't handle it. Some states, you know, that budget's pretty tight. Seriously. You know, that budget's pretty tight, and then he just does that when normally that's not the case. No, they need an infrastructure bill. They need that help. And I'll be willing to bet that the state, oftentimes, state departments do certain things working with those departments to make sure that they're doing what they need to do to get that funding that they need to get. I'll be willing to bet that's how it works. And they work hard to make sure they get it. I'll be willing to bet that that's how it works. And then Trump just comes along and doesn't, just says, no, so then all the states start getting poorer, not poor, but you get what I'm saying. They don't have money to take care of the stuff they would normally have because the budgeting just becomes tighter. They have to figure it out, and things are only getting worse. You know, like military on the streets, Trump doing these things, he's intentionally forcing them to spend a shitload of money, all while not giving them the money they need. You know, police, first responders, all these people that are working extra hours, they get paid. They get paid. You know, they're gonna get paid for those shifts and stuff like that. So, this is Trump not giving like he's forcing the states to spend all this money in response to the shit that he's doing. All the crime he's actually causing. He's causing this crime. And meanwhile not giving the actual spending bill to handle it. It's just like everything else he does. So look, my point is, yes, I don't like Trump, obviously, and I'm definitely against the notion, but I am also against anybody that seeks to harm him and thinks that that's the answer. No, no, we don't harm people, we don't assassinate people, we don't do that. We remove them, we use due process, we do it right. We do not stoop to their level. And we sure as hell don't make threats and harm family. That's even worse, because they didn't do anything. You know what? All you know about them is what you hear. I don't know anything about Barron. I've even admitted that. Like, a lot of what I hear is just assholes saying things like, oh man, look at the way he smirked. He's just like his dad and stuff like that. What? Because he smirks the same? Because he has a smug look? So what? How do you know what he's thinking, and how do you know his intentions? People can have a smug look. They could just look that way. Maybe he's got a I got a really bad case of RBF. Trust me, I do. People got some RBF. Do you know what that is? Yeah, some people just got some RBF, okay? Trump always had RBF. He always had it. So, yeah, his kid's gonna have it, for sure. He needs to realize that, too. If you don't realize that, it's everything. I think that Trump didn't realize this until his first term in office, till he's actually in his first term in office. He went his whole life not realizing he's got RBF and started doing this more. Remember? And it looked bad. He was terrible at smiling. He was always like, you know, it was just bad. So Barron would seriously just benefit from practicing his expressions and making sure they represent him as a person. So if you have a smug look, does that represent you? That's all. It's that simple. And the fact, again, the posture, that the dude wears a bulletproof vest. He has to. It's security and stuff like that. Do you think he's gonna? I mean, come on. So, I mean, like, the guy's barely started life, and you're trying to put all this stuff on him. I just don't agree with that. You know, Donnie Jr. and Eric, they've gotten up to some stuff. They've sat here and stolen tons of like embezzlement, and this guy's got Donnie Jr.'s got one of the biggest Ponzi schemes I've ever seen going right in front of your face. So again, I don't. You want to talk about that? We can talk about that. And again, once again, that doesn't discredit Trump. I don't care. Like, so what? It's got nothing to do with him. I'm just saying, don't elect those guys. That's all I'm saying. Like, they're not, like, don't ever consider them for president. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, like, sit here and spend time, like, chasing after Trump and his family. No, I'm just saying, please discredit. Please never allow another Trump into office again, unless, again, enough time has passed where they have reflection on the moment. And Barron might have that because he's not old enough. You know, again, you got to be 35. I think he would have time to possibly reflect and be different. He's separated from it. I think that's necessary, and I think that's what they are. I think they've recognized they're pretty screwed up, and they're just not trying to air it out there. And they're trying to protect it. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? So, again, a lot of that just makes people look bad. It doesn't discredit Trump as a president. It's really stupid shit you shouldn't spend time focusing on. Spend time discrediting him in ways that discredit him, like the fact that he's blowing up ships that are just fishing in water. Just fishing. And he's just blowing them up. Do that. Use credible things. Don't attack his family. That I think it's important to remember that. Because that's going to be very personal. He's going to start attacking people. So you might wonder if he's doing that because he's not sure where it's coming from and his administration is incompetent. I mean, they are. They suck. So they don't know. I mean, quite frankly, I would, be willing to bet that they have an issue somewhere where a Russian has breached their administration, is targeting them from within. I have no doubt. Because that's what he doesn't understand. You don't trust them. He's sitting here trusting Putin. No. I'm not saying don't trust Russian citizens. I mean, who cares? They're just a citizen. Like, what do they have anything to do with? You don't trust Russians that worked with Putin, that are from the government, that are from the military. Again, they're actively, they've been actively at war, randomly destroying Ukraine for the sake of taking it over. Okay? That's a country that is willing to sit here and run espionage against countries that help or assist. And I have news for you. We did that. We were a part of NATO. We did assist NATO, and as we always have. So, again, had Trump not backed out of this and done those things, would have been fine. But it's fair to rationalize a lot of my point of logic here that I'm just following is probably why a lot of he did what he did. Simply for personal reasons to benefit his family, not the country. Isn't that fucked up? That's what I want you to recognize. That's not a president. That's somebody that does things for personal reasons to benefit his family. Now, again, I understand that. But the guy's worth supposedly billions, right? So what does he need to do that for? All he had to do was be a good president. All he had to do was not try to do anything. That's all he had to do. Remember, I even said this. I said this about Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan seemingly did basically nothing. He was a great president. He hired very good people to do the jobs for him because he knew he didn't have any experience. That's a perfect example of a president that knows his limits, that knows his strengths. He was much better as an actor. So what's he going to do? He's going to visit people. He's going to make sure that they feel secure in their country. He's your president. He hired the right people. And they're going to see that as they talk to him. They're going to have faith in him. If you're not doing that, you're not speaking to your strengths. And he never did. He can't do that now, though. If he tries to do that now, people are going to be like, go to hell. He can't do that now. But that's what he should have done. He should have ran into his strengths, because his strengths aren't doing anything. He doesn't know anything about politics. Seemingly very similar to George W. So again, what did George W. do? So again, yeah, he made some mistakes. And again, arguably weren't even his, were just mistakes other people did and made those decisions based on their experience and knowledge. And he's like, okay, I guess we'll do that. And then again, with more experience in his second term, he seemingly actually did make better decisions. You can see that. You can see it. So an ethically sound president that, when voted for again, starts making those correct decisions, doing the, you can seemingly see that he's trying a second time around. This guy, he's doing worse. It's worse. It's like worse by 2 to 3 times. It's insanely worse. I'm just. Even George W. said, well, when overruled by the courts, said, well, respect the courts. Trump's not doing that. He's not doing that more times than I can count. I didn't pick up my runes, did I? I'll go pick up my runes. He's not doing that more times than I can count. More times than I can count. Yeah, try to sit here and figure it out. I'll bet you'll get blocked on AI. I bet your AI will get all fucked up. You sit here and you try to ask it. How many times has Trump done opposite of what the courts said recently? Or something like that, like where the courts ruled on something, don't do this, and Trump did it anyway. Because again, they supersede him. The justice system, the courts, he is not supposed to be above the law. The President of the United States is not. He's not. He's the commander-in-chief of the military. but Congress sits above him. You know, because they're your elected officials to decide what you have elected them to decide. So that way, there's a bunch of people deciding to represent you, and not just like sort of one guy that controls all the military, so he can sit here and threaten you and pressure you and yada yada yada. You get the picture, which is exactly what he's fucking doing. Social media makes it a lot easier for him to do that. The FBI has a history of doing this. The CIA has a history of doing this, but the whole point is they did this in war times and stuff like that, with threats of communism and whatnot. So the whole point is that it was a lot harder for them to influence things because they didn't have social media. They had to like influence like groups of people and like get people like, you know, like in those groups and stuff like that. Now all they got to do is place a guy on, let's say YouTube, and have him, give him like, you know, like a whole shitload of spam accounts, and just let him go and troll and do what he does. And that's what the memes are, that's what the bots are. It's literal full-on psychological manipulation. And Trump's doing it. To pretend like he's not, I mean, all you had to do was pay attention to the fact that when this guy came into office the first time, he single-handedly spent a shitload of money to fund actual fake news organizations. He literally built like 4 to 5, somewhere between 5 and 10 actual real fake news media outlets, like real media outlets that all they cover is literally just made up shit to make, just have media constantly put out there that's totally made up about Trump. You know, like oh, he's great for the economy, he's great for this, he's great, literally just saying shit like that. Nothing credible, just nothing but that, just to interject it into the system and get as much misinformation as possible out there. And then now the disinformation, the memes, the psychological warfare, where they're trying to discredit actual information that's out there. That's why people distinguish the differences between those. Misinformation could be somebody just misinterpreting something and saying it wrong, where it's not necessarily intentional. The purpose behind deciphering and distinguishing the difference between misinformation and disinformation is very obviously intentional to cause people to misunderstand, and for the purposes of spreading misinformation to those people, for maybe even to get them to spread the misinformation. But the point is, disinformation is very obviously intentional. Misinformation might not be. So that's what you have to realize about those different things. And then, you know, obviously he's trying to get AI now. Remember the one day where I was using Gemini? Well, that showed us all we needed to know. Remember when I was using Gemini, I was proving Gemini was being screwed with? Though, remember Gemini, I literally asked Gemini something about like who is the current president of the United States or something like that, who is Donald Trump or something like that. And no lie, I swear to God, if you guys remember, I started investigating this and getting behind this a lot when I realized Gemini had just lied to me. In real time, we sat here and asked it that, and it was like, it's important to remember that Donald J. Trump is not currently the president of the United States. I'm like, what? I'm like, what? It actually said that. It actually said that. It was like, it's important to remember that, and he was still he had just gotten into the like, I mean, not even just, it was, I think, like a month at that point, maybe even 2. Like, it was president for a good bit. It wasn't like, it was like the day before. Like, I could see the day before or something, but even, like, it's the internet, and it's Gemini. It's Google's Gemini, and it's getting it wrong. No, it's being manipulated. Just like where it's sitting here lying to me about information and stuff like that. And all while seemingly not being able to... So, like, if you try to use Gemini to ask it a question about Donald Trump, it's not going to answer it. It's just going to give you a huge list of articles. It will not answer any questions about Donald Trump any longer. So that tells me, again, he did some things to Google and is doing some things to Google. Because it would expertly sit here and tell me, yeah, he's doing that. He's doing that, you know, and stuff like that. And he didn't like that. So the whole point was that now it just gives you a list of articles. It's not going to answer it for you. That's messed up. That literally defeats the whole purpose of the AI. The purpose of that AI is to do that thing. He's taking away the purpose of it. Very fascinating. And the one thing everybody be using AI to figure out, the one thing that they can't themselves, you know, something they've always sucked at. And the AI, yeah, could easily do this. This is just about memorizing history and understanding history and learning and remembering what happened and keeping that active and understanding those things. I mean, really is that. And he's seemingly trying to rewrite history, defunding the Department of Education, lying about things Obama did, other ex-presidents did, and stuff like that, and then trying to remove official records and stuff. Like, things he just physically can't do, and he's trying to undo, and it's incredible what he's trying to... It really is absolutely incredible. You can't... You just can't. This guy drops, like, stones and stuff, too, just so that you know. Alright, I'll be back. Okay. Alright. I mean, this spot's pretty quick, but I don't know that I want to necessarily just keep doing this spot, you know what I mean? You see that bit right? Did you see that? They just didn't even do that. Like, again, the bitrate is what it is. Somebody's intentionally shifting the, you know, putting a huge amount of data to cause that to happen. You know, I mean, it's an obvious intentional scam. So again, anybody who's saying that, like, who has that weird answer for that, you know, you're creating that scam. You know, somebody's either convinced you of this, or you're doing this all on your own. You are trying to get somebody to believe that this is what it is, so that they act a certain way and stuff like that. That is manipulative. That is incredibly like that is all that is. You're trying to get somebody to act the way you want them to act. You know, again, through you know, manipulation. Again, it's not something that's real, obviously. Doesn't make sense. And so, you know, again, if you don't understand that, somebody is, again, you are either doing that to manipulate somebody else and everybody that would be watching stuff like that to scam my channel, or, you know, again, somebody has manipulated you and you actually really believe this because, again, they allocate that. Again, the whole point is that if obviously anytime I have any traffic, that causes a problem for either A, the integrity of the way the stream looks, or B, my traffic, my trending in general, then obviously that's a scam, that's fraud, that is obviously something that is supposed to work for you and is now designed to work against you. So the more people you get, the worse things actually look. That would be the scam. So, again, you're either contributing to this by creating it, you are trying to scam me by believing that, or, you know, and, you know, that's the point. That's very logical. Or, again, somebody has really convinced you that this is how it is. And, like, the whole point is you wouldn't logically deduce yourself, well, then how would, like, the whole point is that's a scam, that's fraud. Like, nobody would be able to come on and immediately grow, and anybody that does, you know, the whole point is that, well, you have examples of people going viral and then, you know, their channel explodes and stuff like that. So the whole point is then they're silently doing something to scam, take that away, you know, while not making a statement about it, you know, like, and then this person is contributing to that, where there's, like, basically people are aware of this, but they're not saying it, and they're actively actually helping and participating in this psychological manipulation of oh yes, it's a load setting. I mean, that tells me that you groom streamers. That's what that tells me. It tells me that you intentionally groom streamers, you know, for a purpose. So, that's very concerning, and that's the kind of shit that's going on. Where I'm just on here, and my numbers are, I'm sitting here proving it. I'm proving these things are happening, talking about it. That's kind of how other people are acting. They act like that. Where it doesn't serve them much of a purpose to act like that and not help. You know what I mean? Yet they are. It's very odd. You know, seemingly nice and helpful to anybody else. Yet to me, that's how this person acts. Very interesting, isn't it? I think it's very interesting because, you know, you have those examples. So I just that's how a lot of the community looks to me on YouTube, where it's pretty nasty. That's how it is in a lot of places, but YouTube. Whew. Again, you'll get death threats every day on YouTube, every day basically. Yeah, YouTube has a problem and they don't deal with it. It's that simple. So, you know, you wonder if again it's intentional for them to cancel people, where they don't want to do this, but they're not saying that. And that's where I'd have to say, yeah, like it seems that way, where they've been sitting here creating all these issues for me for X amount of time. Yeah, why is Gemini lying? You know, why are they putting a white screen up on everything? You know, why are there very obviously AI things tracking faces when you go live? They're just trying to get people to not go live. That's what I keep saying. Just like when they broke the YouTube app, my YouTube app from my phone, completely broken, doesn't work on any device. Doesn't matter if I change devices, the whole thing's broken across the platform. I mean, that's them. If I'm downloading that on a different device and it still continues to be broken, that's them. Literally does the same things and stays broken across the platform, across multiple devices, that's them. They are breaking the YouTube app on purpose. And remember, I told you these things, it was when they added the countdown, when you go live to the YouTube app. When they added the countdown where it does a countdown, it was then. So basically, remember how I said they're looking at you through your camera? So when I go live now on the YouTube app, I can't go live on the rear camera. No matter what I set it to, if I set it to rear camera and it's facing that rear camera, as soon as the countdown finishes, it will flip to that front camera and it will show anything. So, you know, if you had a young person or somebody like not decent or something like that, you know, and so that was my take on that. So instead, they sit here and they have AI spy on people illegally. And then again, it breaks, like again, it's breaking the camera. So because I said this, because it's a problem, like I said, I was talking about all these things, and they literally start doing all of these things. And causing more problems on purpose. Trolling the very nature of everything I'm pointing out that is wrong with the platform. So they, like YouTube, and again, the nature, the general nature of Google, are woke. They are. Because again, they're continuously manipulating you and pushing their narrative. They're like, no, it needs to be this way and stuff like that, and again, that's not right. So my point is, you shouldn't just cancel while seemingly not saying that you're doing that and manipulating. Oh, it's YouTube. It always has been. Again, I can't use the YouTube app horizontally. Remember, I can't go live and do a horizontal stream? Yet you guys know I can clearly stream horizontally. I don't have any problems with that. I can stream horizontally from anything else but that YouTube app. And I try to stream horizontally, I've shown you what happens. I've recorded it and put it on stream for you so you can see. So they know. I've reported it. I've told them. They didn't fix it. And even the retard that answered my email and said, you know, like the whole point was they answered my email and said, can you show us a video clip of this happening? And I had the email I had sent them reporting it already had a link, and I said that in the email, and this retard answered saying, can you set... So he didn't read my email. Like, these are the people responding at Google. This is the point. That's them admitting they're not doing anything. That's not an adult. That's, again, a fucking child getting paid money to do nothing. He's working from home, doesn't want to deal with it, does nothing. That's how YouTube's being run. So you want to know what all the bots and all the automated systems? Yeah, because then they can sit there at home and do nothing. So that's why they're trying to cancel people. Because things about my channel, the way I stream, you know, something about that requires them to do something. It's probably something very simple, but it requires them to do something. Yep. So therefore, YouTube is going to cancel me because, you know, they have to do something. Yep. Sounds like laziness. Sounds like a bunch of people that go to work and don't do their jobs. And the countless ideas and things they've stolen from me and give to other channels and been making money off of and capitalizing on. They make, you know, 30 plus billion in a year on advertising revenue. 30 plus billion a year in advertising revenue. And this is how they're acting. Endless problems. Never fix anything. Literally every single day I'm on here, you know, you guys have seen the nasty situation where we have, you know, again, a stalker and stuff like that. They've never actually fixed this or actually done anything proper about this. And again, they make 30 plus billion a year on revenue. Again, that's revenue. That's what they make. Fucking disgusting. What a disgusting company. And you guys wonder why I call them disgusting. Because again, that's the stupidity of it. I send them emails, and again, they don't read. It's very blatant to me. They don't read the email. They don't fucking care. They know who it's coming from, see it, and don't read it. And answer with some stupid fucking thing where, again, it's to you, it's going to sound a certain way. You know, that's what they want everybody to think. So again, one day I'll just show you all of the emails. And like I said, I can't necessarily do that yet, but I can just show you all the emails if you want. I mean, I really could just show them now, but it would there would just be certain things that I wouldn't be able to do. You know, like literally, they know that they really screwed up with that too. Is the point. That's why they don't answer. Normally, you guys know you report stuff and they don't answer, right? Normally, they just don't answer. That's why. Because normally they're a bunch of idiots and they don't answer right. So they just have this policy where they don't normally... And it shouldn't even be a policy. The whole point is that the policy states that you're supposed to actually get an answer. And, you know, I mean, like the sheer number of times that it's never answered at all. That was a lot. Did you see the bit rages then, too? So, I mean, YouTube, Google... Any company that uses your data, you know what I mean, like stores it and stuff like that, and regularly uses it, like the whole point is like most of these companies now have somebody that bought their way in and is sitting at the top and is selling your data to the wrong people overseas, not the right ones, the wrong ones. That's what's happening. So obviously, I know I keep talking in circles, but if you have an FBI, if you have a federal organization that actually investigates these things, then we find out this stuff, and these people get stuff. That's what you got to worry about. What rich people are controlling the FBI right now that would be getting away with all kinds of stuff where they're selling your data? Gee, I wonder. Gee. We had all these breaches recently, all this DDoSing just regularly happening all the time. And meanwhile, you guys know how much scammers pay for data. You know, if they could get a massive breach from a federal organization where they're just selling them all their data, oh man, that could be a bit. Because they're gonna make a bunch off it. They pay for it. Yeah, if you're a scam baiter that supports Trump, you're a retard. It's that simple. And some of them are. Some of them are. They really are. They're this smart, and then the whole point is they're still that foolish at the same time. Chasing. Probably not. Probably just... Let me see. Oh my god, yes. Do an animation. Again, the dumbest thing I think I've probably seen. Actually doing an animation where your caster... like again, a caster would know if they're out of mana. Like I just completely disagree with that. That That's like the one really dumb thing, you know, like caster's not gonna be like, whoops, I'm out, like, it's gonna scratch their head. Like, I get it's supposed to be funny, but do it in the beginning one time, don't do it every time throughout the game. Because again, it just would never happen. The realism, you want to be edgy and real, and you want this game to feel hard, yet you do stupid things like that, where it would just never happen. The caster would know that they're depleted of mana. They would feel tired, they would feel exhausted, they would know these things. Like, this doesn't make any sense to say they would go to cast and just be like, oh wow, I have no fucking clue what's happening, and scratch their head. Like, it's a joke, it's supposed to be funny. Do it one time at the beginning. Don't sacrifice gameplay for the player to sit here and endlessly have problems. It's so ridiculous. And I'm not the only one that thinks that. There's no way I'm the only one that, like, consider that this is probably the lowest played class in the game. Probably. It's probably one of the lowest played classes in the game. It's probably one of them. And again, we've talked about the mimic summon, and we've also talked about the fact that you know, well, what I just talked about. So, you know, the whole point of running out of mana, you would actually, like, just do that instead of not casting, you know. So just not casting. Like, alright, fine, do the animation. You can do the animation, but let me interrupt it. I can't interrupt it with my thing. Like, if you want to do that, fine. But let me interrupt it at least. That's the problem. I can't interrupt the animation. That's the main thing. That's what you have to understand. I have to wait until my person finishes scratching their head. No, truthfully, that's the dumb part. The point is, you can't interrupt. It's the same thing where if you get knocked down, some of you that don't play the game, you probably wonder, like, man, why didn't he just get up and roll out of the way? Why was he just laying there and stuff like that, slowly getting up, and you see him die or something like that? No, the whole point is the animation after getting hit is really slow for getting up. That actually kind of makes sense. But that's the whole point, is that sometimes it's so slow and you can't roll out of the way in time. I'm sitting there hitting that button so that way, as soon as I have that chance, as soon as it's available, oh yeah, I'm gonna roll. But the whole point is sometimes you get up so fucking slow, they hit you again. You know, just like I'm gonna do this, just like that. You know? So it's animations in the game not being allowed to be canceled for that reason, for some other reasons where other animations don't allow this too, for good reason. But again, I disagree with the mana depletion. I think that's really just not a fun thing for the game. There are fun things, there are fun consequences. That's not one, in my opinion. I'll be right back. though. Got some cheese. Oh wow. I thought I had gotten that already. I guess maybe, does it respawn at night sometimes? I didn't realize that. I've never seen that. Maybe that one actually comes back at night sometime. Or maybe it's just that I didn't get it at night. Maybe like I got one during the day and needed to get one at night. Because I'll be honest with you, I've gotten that before. That's pretty interesting. I don't know that I've ever seen those respawn because those are special items. Aren't they technically key? Are they key items? They might be key items. No, think about it. Might be. The Starline sword. It doesn't sound familiar. I might not have it. What type of sword is it? Oh, you said it's katana. My fault. My fault. It's actually called that. Starline Sword. No. Cause my katanas, I look at those when I get those. That's why I hadn't heard. Cause if I had heard of that, I probably would be using it. That's why that threw me off. Cause I'm like, Starline. That sounds kind of cool. No, I haven't. Where is it? They can only be looted at night? Well, I'll be honest with you, man. I've gotten that before. I know for a fact I've gotten the one that's there before. So they must respawn then. Or have a chance to. Because I'll be honest with you, I've gotten that before. There is no way, and I remember it too. There is no way, with all the farming I've been doing, that I would not have, because I do come over here at night. And I remember getting it. Otherwise I wouldn't say that. I'd be like, oh my god. No, I remember. It wasn't even that long ago. That's why I remember. Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, cool. But I know I've gotten it. That's all. I mean, it's just one more. But, it certainly implies that's a chance to respawn. Which I didn't know. Yeah, I thought once... Well, that's true. I mean, like... I guess technically, aren't smithing stones the same way? Technically, some of those come back, too. The west one? See, I've been all through there, I thought. Maybe I didn't do something then. Are you talking, like, there's something over here, right? I thought I did this already. So maybe I didn't do all of it. I'll come over here with a torch. Are you talking about the path beyond this? Like the one over here? Because there's one over here that sort of like leads in a little bit, right? Yeah, this one. Talking about this? Oh, you said southwest. That was like opposite. So you're talking about this. You're talking about the stuff that's under the water? Where we go into the island? Oh, okay. So was that? Because this is like northeast. I thought you said southwest. I guess I'm just getting confused. Well, I'll look around here anyway. Because I probably haven't been in through this way too much. Okay. Okay. Well, doesn't seem to be anything over here. That I didn't get anyway. I mean, I'll look around like this whole area to be honest, so I'll look around the whole area to be honest. But if I don't find it, I won't spend a whole lot of time. How dare you? Perfect example of a time it took me too long to stand up. That was what I was talking about earlier, where you just like very slowly stand up. I don't know if you heard me hitting the button, but it should have been kind of obvious. I was just sitting there hitting the button, waiting to be able to roll out of the way. It's just dumb. I think at a certain point, you know, scaled enemies should be able to do that, but this is with lower enemies. Yeah. Yep. And I know there's reasons and stuff, but I'm just saying at a certain point, you know, like there's always all these consequences. Could be adjusted at a certain point. Yeah. They do. Yeah, I'm not really not seeing anything. Nice. Stupid thing. I don't know that I was over here. I feel like I was on a beach, but I don't know that I was on this one. Did that dude? Seems like it's a dude. He's got a full boss health bar. But yeah, he's a base player. Alright. So it looks like I got it. Let me go over here first and then I'll look at it. Okay, just wanted to check. This is a cool spot. Should be down here somewhere. There it is. Star-lined sword, and it is a katana. That's pretty crazy. Wow, yep, intelligence. Yep. That's pretty good. Oh wow, that is really cool. I can, my weight ratio is fine to build it too. I might have to level this up. Thanks for telling me about it. Oh, do I have to dual wield? Oh man. Right, that is cool. Oh, no way. You're right, spam it. You're right. Oh my god. It's all this now. It's all this now. It's this. It's all this now. I'm just gonna do this from now on. It's one of the coolest things in the whole game, and I have to push a weird button in the middle of my keyboard to do that. Otherwise it just does that. I'm gonna have to change that button. I wonder if I can... Yeah, it's not auto set to anything else. I'm sure I can secondary button that. That's so cool, thanks. No, I mean, that's definitely one of the coolest things I've seen in the game. Did I just disappear and reappear? Yes, I did. That's awesome. It's like a freaking Final Fantasy limit break or something. That's so cool. That's so cool. It's like a limit break for a, you know, glintstone spell user, basically. You know, I got the Age of Stars ending too. Like this is really like the stuff that I am running. So that's pretty cool. See, now I want to use it more. All right, let's hold on. See if I can. I'm sure I can. I'm sure I can. Now. I'm sure I don't. Wow, that's this is pretty effective scaling. Holy crap. Holy crap. Well, I probably would have never found that. I probably would have. There's so many nooks and crannies in this game. That's incredible. Let's go back to where we were and see how that fared. I want to try it on this guy. I want to try it on this guy. I really do. All right. I mean, it's okay. I did it too soon. That's all. Yeah. I figured. I mean, that happens. I did it too soon again. Like you were saying. Like you were saying. Oh yeah, I mean I can switch that if I was gonna do that, yeah, for sure. I'm not really gonna only do my sword. I just thought it was cool. I'm not really gonna do that. It is really cool though. I still can't quite get him, like, you know what I mean? Like, I can sit here and change the build like you said, but I'm just having fun with it, trying it on him without doing that. Oh man. I'm gonna do... I'm actually gonna go... I'm gonna go here. This is where I'm gonna go. It'll work really well here, probably. Then I can use it more. Yeah, it works right here. Yeah, this will be good. A good spot for it. That's so cool. I want to see how well it does on the knife. I want to try it on the knife. I think that would be a good. That would be a good spot. Where I was in Castle Soul. That would be a good time. They're pretty cool. Obviously. Obviously. Alright. Yeah, you know, I kind of want to try it on this guy. Jeez. Yeah, the moveset becomes too difficult for them. Obviously. Yeah, it's funny you say that. Like, I was just thinking that. I want to... That's exactly what Yeah, it's not too great on him. My flail's better. I'm gonna use it here and fall right off the edge. I like this spot. Like, as much as this is a spot where it's easy to fall off the edge, if you just sort of stay up here, it's like your new capital city. keeps disappearing on me. I won't be able to fast travel either until I get this guy. So stupid. That's the problem with that. Like, you'll have a dumb targeting guy that you can't even get to or target. Now you can't fast travel just because you can't open your map and you can't fast travel. So like, that's the point. How are you gonna fast travel? You can't open your map when you're being targeted. There we go. You can reach a decent amount of enemies without moving much here. Yeah, exactly. If you want to know how I would actually do this, I would do something like this. I would come straight back here, get this guy. Like, basically nothing where I'm aggroing. I'd get these two. And if I can, the third one. No, I can't. And I didn't think so. And then I'm going to get this guy because he's already moving. And then I'm going to get this guy because he's right up there. So now when I come up here, I won't pull aggro for anything, and I'll just get this third guy, and then I'll reset. Or this guy, too. I can get this guy, too. Like this guy right here. And then I'll reset. That's how you should do it. Yeah, see, I didn't get close. There you go. And then you should reset. That's how you should probably do that one. Fast travel in combat? Yeah, I mean, I actually don't know that they limit that. I think it's more just you can't open the map. So, like, if they would just let you open the map, I don't know that it, you know, like, obviously they didn't do that. They just made it so you can't open the map. So, yeah, I agree with you. That's the point. So just make it so that you can open the map. Now, if you wanna block it for boss battles, that I understand. Like once you're in a boss battle, sort of like a dungeon, that I understand. But I think they should allow access to opening the map when, you know, like when you're being targeted. That's really what it's about. But they're not gonna, you realize they're not gonna change anything now. Most likely. Like, the way it is the way it is. I don't think they're gonna change anything at this point. You know, ideas for the next game, for sure. But as far as this one's concerned, I'm not necessarily sure that they're gonna necessarily change anything at this point. I think it is just what it is, you know. And, you know, again, for the most part, as I've been saying too, there's really not, you know, a lot of the things that we complain about, console players never see. At least for me. A lot of it really is, I think, just that I'm playing on PC, the PC version. And stuff is just ported to console now. And you know, this is as good, man, this is as good as it gets, trust me. This is as good as it gets, as far as that's concerned. You're still always going to get the visual things, because it's, you know, it's obviously made for that. Well, right, it's obviously to block you from being able to fast travel in combat. So obviously my point is take away the ability to open the map, and suddenly, you know, like there's no function there to block you once you open the map. So now they'd have to add that for boss battles, where it's sort of like a dungeon. And so, yeah, no, that would require an adjustment if they were going to do that. But my point is I don't think they're going to, I think. You know, I think obviously just they look at it as, it is what it is, and They already decided on those things. So that's fine. But yeah, I personally think that might change it for some people, where now it's a dynamic of they know what they're getting into, they know they can get out of it, at least in one aspect. If they could at least open the map and quick fast travel or something like that, at least, not in a boss battle, but, as soon as that bar shows up, not there, but aggro, yeah, just in general, yeah. Like, I don't think that should do anything. And you should be able to bring up the map. But that's just my opinion. And that is like a difficulty of gameplay thing, for sure. Yeah. I think they perhaps look at it like fast traveling using the concept of a site of grace might be a perhaps meditative, time-consuming thing that you have to be relaxed to do, I guess, is the idea on the game side of things. So they want it just to feel as real as possible. So the idea is you can't do that. You have to wait until you're not in a conflict, is the idea, because then then you can actually, take the time to do that. I think that's probably what they're going for, like as far as story is concerned. And that would make sense to me. That would explain it in their benefit. Because, I mean, those sites of graces are what you use to fast travel and to rest, so it would make sense that it's based on that type of thing, meditative stuff. Meditating, being relaxed. Oh, yeah. That's funny. No! I let me do this first. Let me not. You just have to watch your footing here. Yeah, I mean, that is a decent bit. Just in that spot, these guys, just getting these guys. It is. It's better than most spots that I'm playing right now. Even if you just wanted to do that, that would probably be the fastest. So there's definitely a thing with this game where there's a lot of stuff that you won't know how to do, you won't be doing right, and stuff like that as you play it. I think that's a bit of this game, is just that, you know, there's obviously not a lot of instruction, you just sort of kind of get the stuff. So, I think that's a good bit of it for people, is a good bit of the difficulty already is just not having any clue what anything is for the most part. So, and then you also have to figure out quest lines too. So I'll be honest with you, like, a good bit of the game is sort of a mystery to begin with, and tough to kind of figure out as you go. And even the pro gamers, you know, don't believe they had the same issue. You know, like the whole point is they're not going to do that on stream. They can't have any embarrassing moments. They'll do that off stream. They'll practice a ton, and, you know, get to the point sort of where I am, and then they'll stream. You know, now they look really good. Now they won't make those mistakes. You know, some of them, obviously not all of them. I'm just saying. You have to understand, like, some people are going to do that. The internet discussion during launch has always been... Yeah, so... I remember some of those discussions. I don't remember how long it was taking everybody to figure everything out. It's kind of funny. So yeah, that's just a natural part of the game, and that's something people take for granted, is there's already that difficulty built into it. So then on top of all the other things that the game throws at you at any given time, that can be sort of frustrating. Like, again, like never being able to use the map, or even reference it while being targeted or in combat. Like, there's times when I want to just reference the map. You know, I don't even necessarily... I just want to look at it and I can't open it because I'm in combat. Somehow, you know. Not something I did, I'm just being targeted or something. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Such a stupid spot. It's a great spot, but it's a stupid spot. Like right now, it'd be nice to be able to just like open the map and fast travel. Yeah, I mean, I have to like deal with these guys because they're gonna target me no matter what. Okay, conveniently as I say that, that's the first time I've ever seen that happen. So you know what I mean? Like it's obvious there's some bullshittery there, but you know, obviously if I hadn't said that, you know full well they would have just kept targeting me, seeing me no matter what. We've all seen that nonsense. Yep, the lingering combat mode is the most annoying part. Be fine if you could fast travel if you hadn't taken damage recently. Yeah, I just think allowing anybody to open you know, like, I agree. Like, we can sit here and say all these parameters and stuff like that. I think that would screw things up. I think it would be much easier, way much easier, more uniform to allow people to simply open the map and fast travel, but block it off when you have a boss health bar at the bottom of the screen. Treat it as if you're all of a sudden in a dungeon. You know, you can't open the map, or even if somehow you were able to, it would say that everything is blocked off, the sites of graces are blocked off, or whatever. So, like, I just think that would be a very easy, quick way to take care of that. Uniform across the board, where it's not too much, it's not changing too much, it's not, you know, again, it's just changing it for situations like this. But in a boss battle, obviously, you want those consequences in place for the player. You go into that, for the most part, knowing you're going to be... I mean, the game's pretty good about letting you know that. So I think that's fair. And I think that's actually, you know, goes along with, like I said, the game clearly wants you to know when you're going to go against a boss. I mean, they do a good job of letting you know that. They put boss doors and everything. So, you know, and State of America and whatnot, all that stuff is for that, obviously. Yeah. That's just my opinion, but I mean, like, I'm not saying yours, you know, they couldn't take a look at what you're saying too. I'm just saying, I just think if you want to go the easiest without ticking people off that love the game and stuff like that, I think that's fair. I think you're always, anytime you have a game where you do like a change like that, I think you're always going to have pushback. Where people are going to say it's woke or something, and I just think you're always going to have that, so... If you're gonna have that anyway, my point is, why not make the people happy that play the game that actually enjoy it instead of the people that just want to whine about something? That's my point. I know it seems like it, but truthfully, like, a lot of times it's not about complaining about something with me. It's about trying to show, like, this is really weird for this to be like this, you know, or something like that. Like, it really doesn't make sense to be like this or something. Or I will say if it does. I've said that. I've said, you know, no, I can accept that, you know. Just like the stuff about when you getting dismounted and it takes a long time to stand up. That makes sense to me. I'm not gonna argue that. You know, or that it does take longer to get up the larger the enemy or something like that. You know what I mean? If I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, it just sucks. Yeah. I mean, I complain too. But then I own up to it. I'm like, yeah, I'm just bitching or something like that. You know, like, I own up to it. Oh, he goes all the way down there. I don't think I'll wait for him. Here, let me do this. Yeah, like if it's crap, just stop playing it. Yeah, like if it's actually That's why a lot of times with me, you know, like I'm just trying to point out that I'm calling, you know, the thing that I'm calling trash or crap, you know, not the game. Otherwise, yeah, that is the case, you know. Because I wouldn't play it otherwise. If I can reach with this one. Oh, I was hoping to knock them all. Nice. Okay, well, that was nice. That was cool. Yeah, definitely a good spot. I think I'm just gonna switch though for a little bit. I'm gonna go here. I like going here. Now that I can do this, I like going here. I mean, obviously. Yeah, true. I could do that. To be honest, I could just glintstone comet these shards. Or yeah, Andy, I could glintstone comet these shards. I could glintstone comet shard these guys. Is that like when you... Is that like when you make some food? You ever done this? Is that like when you make food and then instead of like you make, like, let's say you microwave it, right? Instead of like taking your food, like you're eating it and you forgot to put like whatever away, you know, and so you're about to put that away, but as you're putting that away, you accidentally put your plate of food or whatever in the fridge too, or something like that, or like maybe, you know, like you just initially try to do that like by mistake or something instead of, you know, in the microwave. Sort of like that. Sort of like that. Like, obviously you realize it, like obviously you don't do it, but it's just like, wait a second, I was just, why am I putting this? I just made this. I'm putting it in the fridge. I forgot I didn't have my hammer. I wouldn't have done that. But I had my hammer equipped. Yes, so, you ever done this? You ever taken out the CD? Take out the new CD? Put the CD you just took out back in the CD player? And the CD you just took out back in the CD case? Like maybe, and then like what you're just saying. That's what I've done before. Why did instantly all of these view bots leave the stream after I said that? It makes you wonder like what they're doing with that information. Like they clearly came in here to learn some sort of weird information. Like it makes you wonder like what they're, you know, like you just instantly see that many like over half the view bots get like taken out all at once. Like you just wonder like, oh, and then the bitrate, Yeah, like, you just wonder, like, what that information's being used for, you know? Really makes you question quite a bit. Like, this is the point. They're so stupid about what they're doing. It's, like, obvious. Oh, well, yeah, in the wrong case. I mean, who hasn't done that? I mean, sometimes that's just, like, not finding the right case. Like, I don't know, I just had that thing. It was right here. And then all those view bots leave again. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I find it really interesting that they just leave all at once. Just feel like that. It's fascinating stuff. You almost like they're trying to run a scam here. They got some information, and then they all left. And, you know, they're removing all the views. of evidence of them having been in here. You know what I mean? It's almost like they're trying to create a scam here. They got the information, you know, like the next part of it, and you know, like they just started leaving. Fascinating stuff. Oh, that's right. I'm not supposed to use hammer on him. I keep forgetting. Do not use hammer on that guy. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty much what I was talking about. No, it's a scam. It's just a scam. They're trying to scam the channel. It's a scam. That's why the bitrate shifted around just there. So that way people, you know, like the trending wouldn't pick up on what I was saying. Like essentially I say it's a scam, they're trying to scam this channel. It would, you know, cause the right sort of trending for me for that. So, you know, essentially they shifted around to keep it the same. Just like they're removing all the V-bots. I mean, like, that's... You see all of those in here. They're not gonna count that. You know, like, we know that. And then they flat out remove it if they do. And then they get sloppy where, like, they leave too many likes on after. There's more likes than views on the stream. How many times has that happened already? Countless. Got plenty of screenshots of that. I love this place now. I love coming here. Like, this is so cool now. Because, like, you know, now it doesn't suck. Yeah. Yes, it is. Place is pretty scary when you first get here the first time around, yeah. Absolutely. Hard to stagger. Aggressive, tanky, yeah. I know I'm not using my cool sword. It is cool. I just, the flail, I do like, the flail is great. I do like it. I don't know if I ever even went down to this ledge, to be honest with you. I may have. Oh, okay, I see. I think I see. Maybe I don't. Oh, no, I'm right. I'm right. I just wanted to... Oh, crap, I can't. Oh, okay. Yeah. I just don't know. Oh, okay. Ah. How the heck? I don't know how. How the heck am I supposed to get over there? Nah. What the heck? I can't make that. I'm gonna come back. I'm not gonna do it right now. It'd be really stupid to do it. I'm not gonna do that right now. I'll come back. That's fine. Need to try to... I think I remember how to get it on here. Actually, I do. Now that I'm thinking about it. Shouldn't have any problems. Oh, God. Oh, okay. See, I think I wondered about this before. Just make sure here. I don't think I ever actually, like... Stairs up as it graze. I'll be honest with you, I don't think I was ever here because how would I have ever done this? Oh, I probably ran past everything. Because there's a stone sword key I used. It's probably a grace I already have. I probably already, like, looked up how to get the graces and ran past. I probably just don't remember doing it. Because I probably, you know what I mean? I probably wouldn't have been able to... This is really, I mean, even now, if I don't pay attention to what I'm doing, I'm definitely not gonna stay in this area much longer. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to see what this is. Oh, that's the Dragon Lift Temple. Oh, okay. Or the Dragon Temple Lift, I should say. Alright. The Dragon Lift Temple. It lifts into the air. The whole thing. Totally. Alright, I guess I'll just go back down. Well, yeah, that. Yeah. But obviously I wanna... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because you see this, but you don't know how to... He's too far. Oh, okay. See, maybe I just ignored this spot because I couldn't do it really. I just ran past it. I feel, yeah, okay, I remember this obviously. I just ignored some of these areas that I, you know, like that I couldn't do. Ran past them. Obviously I remember those. That's pretty funny. Shows it because of the glowy eyes. Wait a sec. Okay. I'm making some food. I should probably reset this here. I probably shouldn't go too much further than this. I should probably go back. This guy, he's like, what's going on here? He like came around the corner like that. He's like, what's going on in here? That was pretty great. Instantly, 2 concurrents in the stream right when I say that exact line of wording. That's pretty fast. I check my food quick. Okay, sorry about that. I am probably gonna have to check that a couple times, so Just a heads up. I like mountaintops. I need to find more places in mountaintops, because I like mountaintops. Yeah, the... He was avoiding it effectively. Jeez, so did he. Look at this guy. You know, I might be able to effectively actually do this area now. It's actually pretty tough to do this area, like, at all. So, let me see if I can get this guy. Okay. Yeah, this will just extend the spot for me. That's awesome. What the heck is that up there? I don't know if I've ever gotten whatever that is. I don't know what that is. Maybe I just don't remember. Yeah, yep. Well, the giant hands are definitely... Some people consider them the hardest enemies in the game. I think it was that knight that I got right at the beginning, but... But yeah, they are some of the hardest, I'll agree with that. The bigger ones, though. That one. And he's just out of reach, too. That guy was bigger than normal, though. He was... Even the larger ones, they're not quite like that. And they have the ring, too. He didn't have that. It didn't look like it. He looked slightly bigger than the big ones, but yeah, that's basically what they look like. Oh, shit. I didn't even realize. Where does he go? Well, that's something. I'm gonna have to try to get that. I gotta surprise him. Oh, there he is. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, nice. Okay, I got it. started. Nice. You know, I could just do that to this guy. It'll be pretty easy with this guy. Unless he does that. That was like the right thing to do. Wow. There's another hand. Yeah, that's one of the bigger ones too. So I can get him down here. Come down. Come down. Actually, I want him to fall, and he's not. I can't target him. It's not letting me. Oh, there we go. Got him. He's gonna get stuck on something. I'm gonna do this. Shit. The fuck up. You see how long it took me to get up? It's so sick. And then I have to wait to run. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, it didn't target him. Oh my god, it didn't target him. Oh my god, it's not targeting him. It's so fucking annoying. Just flipping the camera around. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, everything is designed so nicely, but yeah, the hands are definitely a very unique enemy. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and check my food then. I don't think there's anything up here. I think I got it all for the most part. Sorry about that. So I'm making these like these taquitos, and I'll be honest with you, like most of the time when you get, you know, these things, they come with in like an inner bag, you know. Because, you know, that's protocol, they're supposed to. Otherwise, like, there could be contaminants or something in there. And they're just, like, loose in a cardboard box. That's what they're in. They're just loose in a cardboard box. It's really weird. Normally, that's not the case. Really strange. But, you know, you say that to somebody that votes a certain way, they're like, that's woke. Like, have you worked at these places? Like, listen, man. They assume that that stuff has inner bags too. I mean, stuff falls sometimes, you know? Like, you don't know, and it's like, who cares? It fell, hit the floor, pick it up, put it back. But the point is, if it really is product just touching a paper box, like a cardboard, yeah, then that matters. That's different. If it's not in an inner bag, whatever touches that cardboard paper is transferable to the thing inside. Otherwise, if it were covered by a paper or plastic bag, plastic bag on the inside, you have to have something airtight on the inside, otherwise. Like, again, the outside is just for the sake of protecting the inner packaging. I mean, you have to. Oh, I thought I got this guy. Oh, he's a different guy. Oh, jeez. I sort of pulled a bunch here, huh? Okay. He was gonna help me out with the other ones, and I had to go. I thought he was gonna come this way. Yeah, what I'm saying is that these had no inner package whatsoever. They were loose in a cardboard box. That's what I'm saying. There should be an inner package, there isn't one. Though the outer package isn't dirty, it's not at all. I'm just saying, like, that's the point of an inner package. It can easily fall. Like, you don't know what happens to it the time it's shipped from said facility to store, gets to you in your hands, and sits in your freezer. I mean, again, even if it's in a freezer, I mean, that's not okay. It's not airtight in there. It's gonna completely lose all of its moisture. That's what freezer burn is. Yeah. I just don't understand how you're not gonna have an inner package. Just straight up inside a cardboard box isn't enough. The outside of the package is dirty. I worked in a convenience store and could possibly wash my gloves all the time. And that's just the last stuff. Yeah, I mean, you don't, like, you realize the outside of the package might not look dirty. Like, it doesn't look that way, but that, yeah, that, exactly. That's the point. This is stuff you eat. It's just touching people's hands, it's touching... Yeah, exactly. The air in the freezer. Yeah. Yeah. I do the same, but a lot of people don't. Well, just handling food anyway, at least, you know, at least rinse your hands off, depending on what it is. It's just dry product, you know. At least rinse your hands, but yeah, it's good to wash them like every time. Yes, exactly. And also, if you use soap every time, you're going to get rid of some of the natural things that occur that actually help to, you know, fight against infections and stuff like that. But, I mean, obviously still have to wash your hands. I'm not saying... But yeah, exactly. Like, if you... It's like... over and over and over and over and over. All right, yeah, like don't use soap every time. You just did that. You know, you're just washing product off your hand. You know, but yeah, obviously, handling certain things. You know, especially raw product. You should probably use gloves anyway, but especially then. I gotta go check this. Okay. Well, yeah, and that's true. Um, it's subjective too. I mean, a lot of people that spend time outdoors in, like, you know, like out and about in town and stuff like that. Yes, for sure. Like, not just like in general outside, but yeah, for sure. Like, if you're out touching stuff, going in, you know, going places. Yeah, for sure. I would agree with that. But, I will actually say, though, that I think there is a certain type of person that might take, like, germs and stuff to the extreme of, you know, being introverted and staying inside or keeping to themselves and being like a super clean neat freak and stuff, because they think that the outdoors and going outside and stuff, you know, dirt, the air, you know, it's just not the case. Like, I would agree with that in some countries around the world, but not here. Not, at least not yet, not right now. But like that's the point. Like, it is fairly like clean air and just like being outdoors in general. It's more like, did you go to the gas station and pump gas? Did you use the bathroom? And then you better wash your hands. And then if you washed your hands, did you have a contactless exit of the bathroom, or did you have to open the door with your bare hands? Like, a lot of these things people don't regularly think about. I used to think about them pretty consciously before COVID, but I think a lot of people didn't, and I think that's where a lot of people became like that. And you have to resist the notion that it's going outside. It's just the fact that most people honestly didn't think very much, you know, doctor-minded, you know, and stuff. Things that doctors do every day, you know, that's why they're healthy, preventive health and stuff. That, you know, folks wouldn't normally think to do. That's all. Doctors, nurses, people with that knowledge, I should say. Not just doctors, but people in the medical field with that knowledge. Handling money, yeah. Money's a big one. Money and cards. People don't appreciate the fact that people sometimes forget that they hand their card to somebody. Like drive-through and stuff like that. They sometimes forget that. Which is why drive-throughs, like, especially during COVID, started handing, like, having something that they held out the window and stuff. Yeah, right. You're right, exactly. It's not, it's more about the fact that it's other people. Their germs are not compatible with yours. Yours are. If that makes sense. Like, because, like, again, and the people that are around you, if they're sick, then you're sick. So, like, that's the point. And so you have to understand it really is actually kind of that sort of basic. Like a sort of like a generalization of how to look at it. Like, it's just a matter of you maybe have never come in contact with this you know, thing this person's fighting, and they have, and now they don't appear to be sick, but they touch your card, and they, you know, somebody sneezed near them. It wasn't even them. Maybe somebody sneezed near them, and a little droplet got on their hand or something, and they touched your card. You know, or like, you just never know. Like, it's that simple. Just like the smallest little thing that you could never consider. And now it's, again, it's not a droplet now. Now it's in the form of mucus, and mucus dries on solid objects. So as it dries, now you touch it, and now that stays on something you touch as sort of like just a dryness, or like a scum, or, you know, like that sort of thing, and you touch it. It's on your finger. You itch your nose. You touch your eye. Bam, you're sick. Bam, you're sick. Bam. It just starts like that. I've been able to determine and knew when I was going to get sick, and that's why I knew what I had, because there was times where several hours after I touched my eye, touched my nose, or something like that, my nose, like, or my eye in that spot was a little bit funky, a little bit sore, or something like that, and I was already stuffy nose, runny nose within a couple hours. It's that basic. It's that basic. It's as basic as that. You are transferring germs through a system. Your skin is not a perfect you know, like, again, well, you know, you touch your nose, you touch your eye, there it is. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm, yeah. And people were calling us woke for trying to genuinely teach people how to wash their hands. No, dude. I'm telling you, when that happened, all that happened was all the men that knew that other men don't wash their hands started snitching. That's it. They literally just started telling everybody, look, almost no guy, like, I do. Yeah, I really do. Because I know the dangers of not doing that, and it's just gross. But truthfully, you have no appreciation for the number of people that go into that bathroom, especially in a public place, and do not wash their hands. And they think about it, I think it's like, they think about it like, oh, it's just real quick in and out, you know, or something like that. Because guys can do that. And I think that's how they think about it. It's just, it's gross. I've seen it too many times where you hear it flushing. Like, you know they just flushed it, and they're sort of sprinting toward the door, and you catch it where you're walking in, and you know that thing is flushing. It's not really necessarily an automatic flush. They also didn't have to walk in front of it to access the sink. Didn't walk in front of it after accessing the sink. Basically, they just flushed it, and they were heading toward the door, sort of situation. And so, that's a good number of men, at least in the United States. So what do you think's gonna happen? And they would cover it up. They'd lie about it. Yeah, I washed my hands. I have caught people saying that. So you think they're not doing it at jobs where, like, they're making food? The amount of jobs, and then the people that do that, now those same people will wear gloves all day, and they'll do, like, sweeping tasks, pick up a broom, do all kinds of stuff with those gloves on, and then not even switch the gloves, just go right to cooking again with those same gloves on. And, you know, with the mentality, well, I'm wearing gloves. That's their mentality. And it doesn't matter. I swear to God, that is exactly what they think. I've worked enough jobs to know that. I've worked enough restaurant jobs to know that. Like, it's just, it's not everybody. It's not everybody. It's not, but, well, there are people doing it, though. Probably more than you think. It's not woke, guys. There's reasons for these restrictions. We need to know that these people are being saved. And they're not... They don't have that attitude when they're making your food. That's gross. They would want the same respect. They would. I think out of the people that do it, some very few would admit that they're lazy. I think the rest would literally just argue to the ends of the earth. I never do that. I swear to God. They've done it because I've caught them doing it. You know, like, it's that simple. You're like, I just watched you do that with no gloves on, and you're trying to tell me you're lying to me right now and telling me that you wore gloves? I just watched you do it. Wear gloves. I had to tell somebody to remake a sandwich one time because I saw that shit. It's like, man. I have news for you. I have news for everybody. Most people don't realize this, so I want to put this out there. Now, I'm not trying to call out any restaurants because some of them do it right. So, please don't go to all these restaurants and start giving them a hard time. Don't do that. But I do, again, this is something that you can look up. Okay? It is absolutely not technically, you are violating health code all the time if you are regularly touching any food product with your bare hands and you are not a certified chef. You did not go to chef school, you did not get your chef's license. You are touching bare raw food with your bare hands. And you're not supposed to. You're a cook, basically, with, you know, a certification, but the certification's just like a test that you take and you have to renew it. It's not a chef's license. It's not the same thing at all. So, you can't do that, and like, there's so many people doing it, and they're not chefs, they're just cooks. So I'd really like to throw that out there, that if you see a chef on TV doing that, they're a chef. That's why they can do that. They are quite literally the pro of that field to the degree that, you know, again, you don't have to worry about if they're an idiot and they're using the wrong kind of soap that has some sort of chemical or moisturizer in it. Now that's going to be in your food because they're a retard and they just touched your steak or whatever with their bare hands and they just got moisturizer and shit like that because they're idiots and they're using the wrong... They're just using the soap in the bathroom. They're not using food-safe soap. They don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, I swear to God, people really are this foolish. And you tell them that, they're like, I didn't know that. And then you go, That's why you're supposed to be a chef before you touch food regularly with your bare hands. And then they go, oh, and then they try to say it's woke or something like. It's like, I just explained the very serious danger of it. This is how people get food poisoning. A chemical hits some bad food and then hits the contaminants of your hand. It's all at once, and this person gets all that. How do you think this stuff happens? Where somebody almost dies, you know, and all they did was eat some bad food. I got news for you. That's chemical. That's like introduction of something else. Yeah, a lot of times that is exactly how it happens. That's exactly how it happens. Somebody was like cleaning near the open onions or something like that, and they sprayed degreaser near it. I swear to God. Like foolish people in a kitchen. Oh, really? Oh, too bad. That's too bad. Alright. I'm eating my food, sorry. That's a harsh requirement. Dude, it's not harsh when I just told you the average person's etiquette when walking out of a bathroom in this country. That is not harsh. Considering the fact that most men don't clean under their fingernails either, hell no, that's not harsh. The whole point is a chef needs a nail file, he regularly cleans his fingernails. They understand these things. What you have on your hands gets in the food. It is so important to understand that. Nobody. You got like mechanics and stuff with greasy black hands grabbing giant hunks of steak, throwing it on the grill, not understanding that they're introducing chemicals to a raw piece of steak. I mean, I'm just trying to be nice and helpful. I'm truthfully. I'm not trying to be rude. That is the truth of it. You gotta hear that. It's pretty basic stuff, but when you hear it like that, it's like, yeah, I guess that is pretty crazy to think about. It should be, you know, like you should realize that every little, you know, like cooking and food and stuff. It's a science. That food you put in your body is technically waste for your body, so you have to, when you consume it, it better be the utmost pristine of waste. It's just waste. We are not an evolved species. What we eat destroys us. You have to understand that. That's a part of the issue. Whole foods. That's why whole foods are better. Fruit, vegetables, nuts. Trail mix is one of the healthiest things you can eat. Cereal. A whole grain. Cereal. Bread. Bread that's not white. Flour isn't white, so why is the bread? Just like sugar. Most people don't understand that sugar isn't white. Why is your sugar white? A chef needs to know this. Why is it? Sugar's not white. Cane sugar isn't white. So what's in that container then? You know, like what's in that frickin' container then? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I know you're right, but Instinctively, I want to believe the average person knows how to clean their hands before handling food. They do not. They do not. They really truthfully don't. I'd say a good 60 to 70% of the people I've come across in a restaurant business over the years, 60 to 70% of the restaurants, like just generalized, that's generalized, 60 to 70% of the people that I could see and witness washing their hands did not do it properly. Now, that was just when I saw them do it. Obviously, if I don't see them do it, that's different, but at the same time, I feel like when they're not being washed, it's less. It would be less, not the other way around, so... I mean, it's just bad. But that's why, like, not only do they not know how, but the point is you gotta understand that most of them don't know about the proper soap. And even if they do, might overdo it. They might get some, maybe in, like a really heavy soap that they can't use, and then won't understand that, and won't know how to investigate it properly. Like, you need that knowledge. You need to understand how to extrapolate and investigate every little thing that you have, so that you know what would be causing a problem if it occurs. I mean, that's the difference. So, like, again, if you have an issue with food sanitization, your soap, you know, your facilities, what people have on their hands, that, you know, the gloves, are they powder-free gloves? Are they just normal gloves? Or are they latex that you're using? That's chemical. Like, you have to consider all that and factor it in. You can't just. And nobody does that. Nobody does that. And I guarantee you, absolutely nobody thinks about the fingernail thing, or filing the nails, keeping the nails cut, clean. Nobody thinks that on their own without being properly trained. Nobody. Unless, like, you're an academic. Again, like, I extrapolated this from just many years of following chefs and, you know, on you know, like, the stuff that I would watch and stuff like that, and just paying attention to how clean their hands were, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I mean, obviously that person uses a nail file, takes care of their nails, they obvious, like, it's just blatant, you can see it, so... And then, you know, like, I mean, if you are a mechanic and you do those things and you do cook, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying, like, you gotta know to get a scrub. You gotta know what scrub to use, so that way, if you use that scrub, you can counter the chemicals that are now residual on your hand after getting that scrub and using that to get those oils and chemicals off your hands. So now you can get that scrub off your hands. Like, it really is a lot more than you can appreciate at times, and a lot of it is so. Even the most basic sides of those things are temperatures, and people can't get that right. The number of times I had I was served raw product at a place that's supposed to serve ready-to-eat food, and it's very clear to me that all they did was, instead of baking this thing because they turned off certain things at a certain time of night, the bad employees started deep frying it instead. And a deep fryer cooks at a different temperature than an oven. You know, I mean, oftentimes they cook at a different temperature than an oven. I mean, that thing is freaking oil, very hot oil surrounding this thing. I mean, like, that is gonna just zap that thing. So, you know, And they don't get this, and they don't get that they're adding calories to the thing too that they're supposed to be baking instead. So it cooks it wrong, and they add calories to it. You eat it, it's like, and then I ate it. It was dough. It was literally dough. So raw dough, knowing that raw dough could actually cause poisoning. That can cause food poisoning too. Knowing that raw eggs, like you have to make sure you're getting pasteurized eggs and stuff like that. Not that it wouldn't be, but you have to know that stuff, just in case. Identify these things. Know these terms. And again, temperature is another thing. Like, I mean, if you're cooking a steak to a certain level, and it's the wrong temperature or something like that, you know, that's not good. That could be dangerous. You know, you gotta know what you're doing, especially with fish. Fish is a big one. Fish could really harm somebody if you cook it wrong. Seafood in general. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's raw dough, but yeah, like that's the point, is it has dairy in it. Yeah. So. But yeah, yeast is a culture. People don't understand that. Yeast is an organism. People don't know that. Like the stuff that makes bread rise, it's actually like an organism. Sort of like you know, like probiotics and stuff like that. Like literally that's why, cuz yeast activates and stuff as the temperature increases. So like if you don't, so like let's say you're making your pizza or something like that, and you don't do these things right, you just leave it out. Oh boy. You know, that's the point. It's raw dough with yeast in it. That's a live organism, man. So I'm just not good that most people won't understand these concepts. I'm probably gonna end the stream here, guys. Definitely long enough of a stream, but I appreciate everybody watching. Thanks, Andy, for hanging out in chat. I appreciate that. It's always nice to have chat and have someone to chat with on the stream, for sure. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Thank you, everybody, again. Thanks, you too. See you guys.